Good to go? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Can you hear us? Can you hear me okay? What's that?
I'm looking at them, I'm looking at you.
Well, you'll be looking at me. I'm just going to look in the camera, introduce you, and then I'm going to ask you those few questions and commend you for the great job you're doing. Oh, okay. He's going to give me the thumbs up.
Make sure this doesn't go off.
Okay. South Florida State College you're the athletic director for Florida, for South Florida State College. Okay.
AD baseball, yep.
Hello and welcome to the FCSAA State and National Junior College District Baseball Tournament. Today we have our third game of the day, our seventh of the tournament. We will be having Tallahassee Community College taking on St. John's River State College. The game was supposed to start at 4 o'clock. However, we're not going to be getting started until 4:15. In the meantime, we're going to have an interview with one of our analysts, Corey McDonald.
Hello, thank you. And I'm with Rick Hitt, the athletic director for South Florida State College, and as well as the FCSAA Region 8 State Baseball Chair. Thank you for joining me, Rick. How you doing?
Good, thank you. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thank you. So, Rick, tell me, what does your role entail to ensure the success of a tournament with this magnitude?
Well, basically my role is just to assist Bing Tyus, our state chair of the baseball coaches here in Florida, with all aspects of the tournament. So as the conference representative for the Suncoast Conference, I'm part of a committee of guys who puts together this tournament in all facets, from game management to facilitation of the rules to tournament committee protests and appeals, all the different things that go with it. And then, of course, we get to do it in this fantastic venue here with Ron Meyer and his staff, who do a great job here in Lakeland. So just a great event every single year.
And it truly is a beautiful facility. With that being said, last night during the late game, we had two teams play, a very good game, a late one as it was. We had Polk State College and Palm Beach State College. Now, during the game, there was a situation where a player was using a glove that seemed to kind of raise a red flag. When you attended this situation, of course, the game was delayed a little bit, but the situation wasn't resolved until you got involved. Can you kind of give us a rundown of what took place?
It was just a simple rules. The officials asked for rules clarification from the booth, and I just went down. Instead of doing that just word of mouth, I went down and made sure that everybody was clear on what the rule was, and the game proceeded on, and no problem. So it was simple rules clarification for the officials.
Okay, well, thank you for clarifying that for us, as we were wondering what happened. Also, with regards to moving forward with the future state tournaments, from my understanding, next year only 8 teams will be showcased, opposed to the 10 teams that are being showcased this year currently. What's your perspective as far as the challenges that most of these teams may face trying to get into these tournaments?
Well, first of all, our event here and every other venue that we've had the state tournament at for years has, for the majority of the time, been an 8-team state tournament. These last couple of years in our state, we have had some expansion in all of our sports that have provided opportunities for participation in basketball, softball, baseball, so on and so forth, to increase a little bit. And what we've done statewide to bring a uniformity to all of our tournaments has gone to 8 teams in each tournament. So the challenges for us will be the same, doing everything we can to be as hospitable a group as we can for every team that makes it. The only difference next year is there won't be a third-place playoff game for our 4 conferences. So first and second from every conference will come as the 8 representatives. That'll be the primary change. So obviously, those guys that have had an opportunity to battle for third and have finished and fought their way into the tournament last couple of years. That opportunity now is going to be for the first and second place team only. But that's how this tournament has been for a very long time prior to the change a few years ago. So back to the grind of 8 teams, but again, it's an excellent bracket. We do find a true champion in each of our conferences and a true runner-up. And it really brings uniformity to each of our state sports throughout the state of Florida and the FCSAA. So looking forward to it. Change is a part of our annual approach to things in athletics. We deal with change at all of our institutions and all of our sports. So it's just another one of those years that we'll improvise some change and move forward, and all of our events will run just as smoothly as they always have. So.
Well, Rick, on behalf of the FCSAA, we value the great work that you provide for baseball in the great state of Florida. And again, thank you for taking the time to speak with me. And with that being said, back to you, Marshall and Chris. Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
All right.
Appreciate it.
Great job. Thanks.
Thank you, Corey. And for those of you who missed, the game was supposed to start at 4 o'clock. However, now it is supposed to start at 4:15. Due to the games running over a little bit. So stay tuned, and we will be ready to play in about 5 minutes. welcome to the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. I'm Chris Valentine alongside Marshall Watchers. Corey Mack will be joining us soon. We're bringing you today the matchup between Tallahassee Community College and St. John's River State College. It is Game 7 of the tournament, Game 3 today. And it is an elimination game. Both of these teams lost on day 1. The lineups for today, St. John's River State College, batting first, playing short, Nick Owens. Batting second, playing left, Kerry Carpenter. Batting third, playing right, Justin Smith. Batting fourth, playing second, Michael Koenig. Batting fifth, DHing, Nick Kozlowski. Batting sixth, playing center, Josh Broughton. Batting seventh, playing first, Cole Perry. Batting eighth, playing third, Pablo Cedeno. And batting ninth, catching, Jimbo Reamsnyder. Pitching for St. John's, number 16, Scott Kobos. Nick Owens will lead us off here in the top half of the first inning. He takes the first pitch high for a ball. The pitcher for today for TCC is Brooks Buckley.
Buckler, a sophomore out of Norcross, Georgia. He's listed at 6'3", 205 pounds. So righty. Count now at 1-2.
That pitch taken outside. Ball 2. 2-2. Count is even now. That ball is skied foul. First base side, it will go out of play. Still 2-2. And there's a grounder to first. On the play, Buckler runs over. Throw from Rayburn. He tags the base. And Owens is out to start off this game. Marshall, why don't you tell us about the TCC defense that's out there right now?
Starting in the outfield from left to right, we've got Meebane, Curtis, and Thomas. Coming in, we've got Nothdorf, Silva, Hartman, and Rayburn. Behind the plate at home, we've got Houghton, and on the mound, we've got Buckler. As I mentioned before, he's a sophomore right-handed pitcher.
Now batting for St. John's, left fielder Kerry Carpenter, batting second in the lineup today. That pitch is taken for a strike. 0-1. That was a good pitch by Buckler.
So, Chris, this is a double elimination tournament. Both of these teams have already lost, so the loser of this game goes home.
Yes, sir. That means both of these teams should be extremely motivated and should play probably their toughest game of the season. There's a drive up the middle. That's a base hit for Carpenter. That's the first hit of the ball game, folks. Carpenter is on first with one out. Justin Smith, the right fielder, will come up to bat. In yesterday's game against Chipola, Justin Smith went 2 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. He also struck out once. Buckler looks to start off Smith. Ball inside. Want to know the count. Pickoff attempt over at first. Nothing doing. Carpenter back in easily. And that pitch inside as well, 2-0. It's a beautiful day here at Publix Field at Joker Marchant Stadium here in Lakeland, Florida. About 75 degrees, sunny. Should be sunny all day till nighttime, of course. And fouled back into the netting. 2-2 the count.
For those of you just now joining us, St. John's River State College is in the light blue. Tallahassee Community College is in the yellow. This is an elimination game. Loser goes home. And that is Justin Smith at bat for St. John's River State.
Two pitch.
Justin Smith with a .351 batting average as he cranks out one to left field.
And that is high, deep, and gone. What a way to start the scoring off in this game. Justin Smith knocks out a 2-run shot. And St. John's takes a quick 2-0 lead to start this ballgame.
And, you know, Chris, I'm really not surprised that happened because on the statistics sheet, Justin Smith is by far leading anybody else who I've seen in this tournament with 14 home runs on the season, 38 RBIs, and a .351 batting average. I mean, 14 home runs, that's not a statistic you can ignore. And that was the first one we saw to go to left field. Great hit by Justin Smith.
That was a very, very long hit. Probably went about 375, 380. Landed about halfway up that hill in the left field, behind the left field fence. That was a monster hit by Justin Smith. Michael Koenig up. Takes that first pitch for a strike, 0-1. And he fouls that one back, and now he's down 0-2 to start off his at-bat. 0-2, one out, nobody on base. And that one's taken outside, 1-2. Good eye by Koenig. The wind out here is blowing from left to right. So you know that hit by Smith had to be really far because it would have drifted farther and farther to the right, making it harder to get out.
Talk about a great way to start a ball game. Good old home run.
It's only the third one we've seen in this tournament. That was fouled into the catcher's mask. 2-2. And if you look at all the way the farthest part of the ballpark, that Publix Field area of the fencing, that extends out to about 430, 435. And that landed right above the Corona advertisement. So I'd say, yeah, that was definitely about 370, 380. Koenig gets a dribbler over to second. And he's safe. The throw was a backhanded throw by Hartman. He was unable to get a hard throw off. And that's an infield single for Koenig.
And nice hustle by Koenig, not stopping on the play, thinking he didn't get it. Sprinted all the way through, and he was safe. So they only have one out as of now. And Nick Kozlowski comes up to hit. He's our designated hitter. A Jacksonville native. He's listed at 6'1", 235.
Nick Kozlowski in the game yesterday went 2 for 4 with a run and RBI. Had a good game yesterday against Chipola. They ended up losing that game. St. John's did 5-2. That's why they are in the situation that they're in right now. 1-0 the count. Koenig is running bad handle by Houghton, and Koenig will stay at second. Houghton looked to have lost the ball when he was trying to pull it back for the throw. He had to double clutch it, ended up getting a bad throw off low. It ended up going into center, but Koenig stays at second. It's a stolen base. Counts 1-1. Koenig now at second. 1 out for Kozlowski. Kozlowski, a big power left-handed. Swings through that pitch. 1-2.
Kozlowski getting ready to hit. Doesn't swing through all the way, so that'll be called a ball. Count now is 2-2. The lefty Kozlowski going against the righty pitcher.
Pickoff attempt over at second. Close play, but Koenig is back in there.
It's gotten it very close for Koenig. He baited the pitcher very far out, and Buckler almost got him out there at second.
Koenig has a good pickoff move. Wouldn't be surprised if we saw him go back there again before this at-bat is over. And there's a drive. High fly ball. Shallow right, and that drops. Bad communication. Koenig has to stay at second. He assumed that ball would be caught. I assumed that ball would be caught. We all assumed it would. And bad communication leads to a possibly costly mental error for TCC.
Those are the kind of mistakes you can't have, especially towards the beginning of the game where it's just failure to communicate.
Center fielder Josh Broughton on to hit now. Broughton went 2 for 4 yesterday as well. And there's a grounder over to third, and he takes the out. At first, instead of waiting to tag the runner, the lead runner, at third, that was Knopfdorf. Another mental error for TCC. He had an easy tag out. If he just waited, he would have gotten the lead runner. But he decides to throw it over to first, take that out. Now there are 2 runners in scoring position for Cole Perry. That ball low, taken for a ball. And Houghton looked to try to throw behind the runner at third. That would be Koenig. But again, he mishandled that ball. That's the second time we've seen that. Something to look out for.
Houghton looked like he was ready to throw it before he even caught it all the way. So you got to make sure you look that ball in. So we have runners on second and third with the 1-1 count. Cole Perry sets his feet. He's looking ready to go.
And he hits that ball over to third. Throw on to first is good. And that's the third out of the inning. St. John's takes a 2-0 lead on the 2-run shot by Justin Smith. They lead 2-0 after the first half of the first, top half of the first. We'll be right back for the bottom half in just a few minutes. We are back here starting off the bottom half of the first inning. Marshall Watchers, why don't you read off the TCC lineup for us?
Leading off is center fielder, number 10, Jordan Curtis. Second at bat is third baseman, Josh Nothdorf. Third at bat, right fielder, Tanner Thomas. Fourth, designated hitter, Cole Van. Fifth is first baseman Tucker Rayburn. Sixth at bat is shortstop David Silva. Seventh at bat is left fielder Myron Mebane. Eighth at bat is catcher Aaron Houghton. And ninth at bat is second baseman Jack Hartman. And obviously we have Brooks Buckler on the pitch, as you saw at the top of the first.
There's a grounder over to short. On the throw was Owens, and he gets that throw in time. One away. Thank you for reading off the lineup, Marshall. The St. John's defense reads this: left to right in the outfield, Carpenter, Broughton, and Smith. Third to first in the infield, Cedeno, Owens, Koenig, and Perry. Reem Snyder behind the plate, catching Kobos.
Quite a bit of a drive for both of these teams. St. John's River State is located in St. Augustine, Florida, where Tallahassee Community College is obviously in the state capital up in Tallahassee, right next to Florida State. So both quite a drive to get here at Joker Merchant Stadium in Lakeland, Florida. This is where the Detroit Tigers do their spring training at. As Josh Nothdorf has a 1-2 count with one out.
Takes that pitch inside, 2-2. Good eye by Nothdorf. And these facilities here have been top-notch. We've had a great opportunity as Nothdorf grounds out to Kobos, the pitcher. That would be 2 away. Marshall, what do you think about these facilities that we've had the honor to work at for the past 2 days?
Oh, it's been absolutely unreal. These facilities are beautiful. Everything here is top notch. Detroit Tigers spring facility is just awesome. I mean, you can't get any better. You get the baseball feeling as soon as you're here.
It's been an honor to call these games the past 2 days. We look forward to calling the rest of the games in this 6-day tournament. Possibly 19 games will be played. Right now we are in Game 7. We are in Game 3 of 4 today. We called 4 yesterday. Call 4 tomorrow. Then it'll go 3, 2, and 1 or 2. Two-one pitch. Fouled off the top of the catcher's helmet. That was Reem Snyder who took that right off the top of the head. He looks to be okay. 2-2 count to Tanner Thomas, the right fielder for TCC.
And you mentioned Reem Snyder. He's signed his national letter of intent to go play baseball at Old Dominion University next year.
And that is a called strike 3 on the outside corner. That'll end the inning for TCC. They are unable to answer the run scored by St. John's in the top half of this inning. St. John's leads 2-4. We'll be right back in the top half of the first. We're back here in the top half of the second inning. Leading off for St. John's, the third baseman, number 6, Pablo Cedeno. Cedeno did not play in the first game yesterday for St. John's, but he's inserted into the lineup today. First pitch taken for a ball, 1-0. He takes the place of Josh Broughton, who took the place in center field for Scott Kobos, who is the pitcher today. So a little bit of a shuffle to the starting lineup by head coach Ross Jones. Cedeno takes that pitch for a strike. 2-1 now. And that pitch is taken for a strike. 2-2 evens up the count. And that pitch outside, full count, 3-2. First full count of the game for Buckler. Steps off the rubber, takes a second. Cedeno digs back in. We're ready to play. And swing and a miss, strike 3. That is the first strikeout of the game for Buckler. Cedeno is retired. That is the first out of the inning. And Jimbo Reamsnyder will come up to bat with 1 out.
And Reamsnyder, I was mentioning before the inning ended, is signed with Old Dominion University. It's up by Virginia Beach in Virginia. He plans to major on communications when he gets there.
Reamsnyder didn't play yesterday either. He takes the place of Andrew Williamson. Today's his off day. Pitch taken inside. 2-0 the count. Takes that pitch inside corner. That'll make it 2-1. Good pitch there by Buckler. Able to keep it from a 3-0 count. And another strike. Also on the inside part. 2-2 evens up the count. That last pitch clocked in at 87 miles an hour. And swing and a miss, foul tip. That is a strikeout for Reamsnyder. 2 strikeouts in a row for Buckler. That'll send it to Nick Owens, the shortstop. He grounded out to first in his first at-bat. Looking to get something going here in the second inning with 2 outs. First pitch skied over to right field. Long run for Smith. I'm sorry, that was Thomas. And it goes off the top of the wall. And foul. Just a common strike on the scoreboard.
Chris, this is our third game of the day. We got finished with 2 prior to this. We just got done the Santa Fe Northwest Florida game, which was 7-2 in Santa Fe's favor. Tell me a little bit about that game.
Santa Fe starting pitcher Robert Gurgis. He pitched a heck of a game, Marshall. He pitched 8 innings. He had 9 strikeouts, gave up 2 runs, both earned. I think that was one of the most impressive performances of the tournament thus far.
That's right. He is very talented. Next year he's going to be going off to Flagler College.
And that looked like it was off the helmet of Nick Owens. He'll earn his spot over at first. He's on with 2 outs. Kerry Carpenter, the left fielder, will come up to bat.
Carpenter with a .335 batting average for the year. Pretty high batting average for a freshman. He's from Eustis, Florida. So left-handed hitter prepares to hit.
That pitch taken outside, 1-0. That pitch taken low and out as well. 2-0. There seems to be a small brush fire in the area. It's causing mild smoke. The air looks a little hazy, so if it gets any worse, hopefully not. We're hoping that it won't. That's a drive deep into left center. Catch made by Mebane. That will end the inning. We'll keep you updated on the smoke if it gets worse and significantly worse, because it's not that bad right now, then we may have to. It may have to result in a delay. We're hoping that it won't, but as of right now, we're all set to play. That's the end of 1.5. We'll go right to the bottom half of the second. St. John's leads 2-0. TCC will come with the bat. We are back here in the bottom of the second. Leading off for TCC, number 13, Cole Van, the DH. Takes the first pitch after showing bunt on the outside corner. 0-1 to start him off. That pitch taken inside. 1-1 in the dirt. That pitch taken low for a ball. 2-1. Cole Van went 0 for 4, but he had an RBI on a sacrifice fly yesterday. And there's a drive deep into right field. That is very deep, and gone. Cole Van.
Taking us home. He's going to need an oil change after getting home. Van sure drove that ball right past Margaritaville.
That was a deep shot by Van, cutting his lead in half, 2-1. That is his first hit of the tournament. Tucker Rayburn comes up. Takes that first pitch for a ball. 1-0. And that pitch is taken on the outside corner, 1-1. And that ball grounded off Kobos' glove, and that'll be an infield hit. Tucker Rayburn able to get on his horse and beat out any possibility of a throw. That would be an infield hit. David Silva up, the shortstop. Silva up with a man on first. No outs. Bottom half of the second inning. Move over to first. Nothing doing.
And a great job by Rayburn to have that ball hit the ground first and get over to first base.
And he takes that pitch on the inside corner. That'll be a strike. 0-1 for Silva. Another move over to first, nothing doing. And we were just talking in the previous game how we hadn't seen many home runs. Now we've seen 2 in the first 2 innings of this game.
That's right. Justin Smith fired off that first one, followed up by Cole Van. Both leaders on their team for home runs. Justin Smith had 14 during the regular season. Cole Van with 6.
14. I still can't believe that. That's
Out of every
That's
team
crazy.
statistic I've seen this week, that's by far the highest. I think the next maybe 7 or so. So that's a really impressive statistic right there. Justin Smith is listed at 6'2", weighing in at 235. So he's definitely got that power to hit it over the fence.
And Rayburn caught stealing at second. That was the good old-fashioned strike him out, throw him out. 2 outs on 1 pitch without that ball being put into play. Myron Mebane comes in. He'll look to try to start a 2-out rally. And he fouls that ball back into the stands. 0-1 to start off. Oh, and 2 now. And Mebane in yesterday's game went 0 for 5. He struggled at the plate yesterday. 2 strikeouts. And that's another strikeout. That'll be the end of the inning. 1 run on the big fly by Cole Van. And he cuts this lead in half. St. John's leads 2-1 after 2. We'll be right back in the top half of the 3rd inning. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. I'm Chris Valentine, along with Corey Mack and Marshall Watrous. We'll be right back. We are back here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Leading off for St. John's, the guy who hit the home run in the 1st inning, Justin Smith. He'll look for a repeat of that performance in the 1st. He'll face Brooks Buckler again. First pitch into Smith is taken on the outside corner for a strike. 0-1 to start off. And he takes that pitch outside in the dirt. 1-1. And that ball in the dirt as well. 2-1. Michael Koenig on deck for St. John's. And he takes that pitch for a strike. 2-2. Smith needs to swing at anything close. And he fouls that pitch off. Still 2-2. That ball gets past Buckler.
The St. John's River State College team is being led by head coach and athletic director Ross Jones. Tallahassee Community College is head coach Mike McLeod.
And Justin Smith checks on that. 3-2 the count now. That ball was in the dirt. And there's a drive deep into left field again. And caught at the warning track. Mebane able to get to that one as that one stayed in the park. 2 long shots by Justin Smith to start off his day.
What a shot by Smith. I thought he was going back to back on that. Chris, against the same pitcher, what kind of thing does that do to you mentally if you go up against him a third time and he's already got 2 home runs on you? Do you intentionally walk him?
I've never really bought into the intentional walk concept unless you have like Miguel Cabrera, not Melky, or Mike Trout. Then if it's Mike Trout, I'd walk him every time. But I feel like you should always try to go after your opponent because you can always put it in a place. It's up to you because if you can't do it, it's your fault. And that able to beat out the high throw was Michael Koenig.
Koenig was able to make it to first base because the first baseman jumped up in the air and did not land on the plate before Koenig was there.
I believe they'll score that. Yes, they will. They'll score that as an error. Kozlowski comes up. Man on first. 1 out here in this top half of the third. And he hits that one high. Looks like it might drift foul. It will. 0-1. Kozlowski singled the left in his first at bat. And he takes that pitch outside. 1-1 now. Koenig on second. Koenig on first. And now Koenig's going to be on second, probably third. That could be extra bases for Kozlowski. He'll stay at first, and Koenig is now on third. First and third, 1 out. That'll bring out Josh Broughton, the center fielder. That was a hard hit ball past the glove of Tucker Rayburn over at first. First and third, 1 out. Josh Broughton coming up, center fielder. I'd look out for a bunt here. Broughton's got some speed. First pitch taken for a ball. 1-0 the count. And there's the bunt. He fouls it back. 1-1 now. He takes that pitch outside. 2-1. Buckler looking to get out of this inning, not allowing a run. But St. John's has a wonderful opportunity that has presented itself to them here in this top half of the third. And there's a drive deep into left center. On the catch is Curtis. And Koenig will score from third. That'll be an RBI sac fly for Josh Broughton. They take a 3-1 lead. Good piece of hitting by Broughton. Knowing his situation, able to bring in a run. Cole Perry comes on. First baseman, he grounded out to third in his first at bat to end the first inning. Comes on with a man on first, 2 outs. Takes that pitch for a strike. 0-1. And takes that pitch low. 1-1. That pitch in the dirt. Cole Perry 0 for 4 in yesterday's game. Swung on and missed. 1-2. Big cut by Perry. Unable to make contact. That'll put him down in the count, 1-2. And that ball in the dirt, 2-2. Houghton threatened to throw down to first, but no throw. And he fouls that one back. Still 2-2. Perry calls time. Walks around. Goes back into the batter's box, digs in. And swung on. Hitting the gap. Diving play made. And the throw is offline. That was a good attempt by David Silva, the shortstop. but the throw was offline. He wasn't going to get him either way. That is an infield hit for Cole Perry.
Next batter for St. John's River is the third baseman, number 6, Pablo Cedeno.
Pablo Cedeno, the third baseman, comes up to bat. 2 outs, men on first and second. Opportunity here to extend their lead for St. John's. That pitch is taken for a strike on the inner corner. Oh, 1. The catcher, Jimbo Reamsnyder, on deck, if we get to him. And swung on and missed. 0-2. Big cut by Cedeno. He was looking to do what Justin Smith did. And strike 3 called. Buckler got Cedeno looking. And that'll be the end of the inning. 2 men on, left on base. That's the end of the top of the third. 1 run scored for St. John's. We'll be right back in the bottom half of the third. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. I'm Chris Valentine with Corey Mack and Marshall Watchers. We'll be right back. We are back here in the bottom half of the third inning. Leading off for TCC is the catcher, Aaron Houghton. First pitch taken for a ball on the outside corner.
And Houghton, we mentioned yesterday, is a sophomore from St. Petersburg, Florida. Graduate of St. Petersburg High School, which is down in Pinellas County. Right on the beach. Houghton's listed at 6'1", 235.
In yesterday's game, Houghton went 2 for 5 with 2 RBIs. He also struck out twice. Counts 2-1. 2-2 now. That was a big cut by Houghton.
Houghton's got a big swing. He's got 5 home runs on the year. So the 2-2 count, we'll see. There goes a foul ball.
And there's a drive to left field and caught by Kerry Carpenter. That'll retire Houghton. Jack Hartman, the second baseman, will come up to bat. Hartman went 1 for 2 yesterday with 2 walks, 2 runs, and an RBI. Pitch inside, taken for a ball. 1-0 to start off Hartman. And that ball grounded over to short. Owens on the throw. And that's good. 2 outs to start this bottom half of the third. It's a bat, Jordan Curtis, the center fielder. He grounded out to short in his first at-bat.
Curtis, the hometown kid for TCC. You went to high school up there.
Lincoln High School, right?
Lincoln High School.
Good old Lincoln. 1-0 to start him off. Takes that pitch for a strike. 1-1.
And Jordan Curtis is tied with the highest batting average on the team. He and Josh Nothdorf both have a .369 batting average on the regular season.
That pitch by Kovos. Good curveball. Near miss. 2-1. That ball fouled back. 2-2. And a grounder. Back over to short. Owens again, and he gets him. 2 ground outs to short for Jordan Curtis. That'll end the inning. No runs, no hits, no men left on base. St. John's leads 3-1 after 3 innings. We're back here in the top half of the 4th inning, leading off for St. John's. Jimbo Reamsnyder, the catcher. And there's a hard hit down the line. That's a fair ball. That'll be extra bases for Reamsnyder. He turns around first, goes to second, and he's in there standing up. Good start to the inning for St. John's with that big double for Reamsnyder. Number 1 hitter, Nick Owens, will come off the bat. He grounded out to first, and he was hit by a pitch in his previous 2 at-bats.
And a great hit by Reem Snyder. And a very, very close game so far, 3-1. St. John's River State College leads. They both had pretty similar records during the year. Tallahassee had a 28-24 record, while St. John's River State had a 36-17. So St. John's River State has the advantage a little bit. I mean, they played Chipola College yesterday for the first game. Chipola's ranked the #1 team here, so obviously it's a very tough matchup. And actually, St. John's River State College started up winning. They were ahead 2-0, and then Chipola got 5 runs in once they switched pitchers, and the rest was history. Chipola ended up winning 5-2.
And actually, Chipola is the #2 ranked team in the nation as of May 2nd. That pitch outside, 1-1 count to Owens. So to play them close, maybe one in the loss column, but that's still a good motivator, knowing that you were in a 3-run game with the #2 ranked team in the country. And there's a blooper over to right. That's going to fall. Reem Snyder's going to be waved home. And he will score, and safe back at first is Nick Owens. RBI single for Owens. St. John's has another run, no outs here in the 4th inning.
Tallahassee with just above a 500 record with 28-24. You'd think how they got in. However, the Panhandle Conference is very competitive. Chipola College, obviously the conference champions, they're here. Northwest Florida State College, they're the Panhandle Conference runners-up. And then Tallahassee ended up getting in as a wild card. However, from our interview at the beginning of this video, there will be 8 teams next year instead of 10, so they'll do away with the wild card. The other wild card here is Eastern Florida State College.
And a good bunt by Kerry Carpenter. And heads up base running by Nick Owens to go from first to third on that play. And Brooks Buckler is arguing something with the umpire. I think he doesn't like the way that Nick Owens slid into third, but there's no other way for Owens to get in.
Looked like a bowling ball going into 3 bowling pins as 3 Tallahassee Community College Eagles all crowded third base. Nothing really left for him to do except dive in.
And like you were saying with the removal of the wild card for next year's tournament, I think that will make the regular season much more competitive because you don't have the wild card to rely on. You have to be one of the 2 top teams in your conference to move into the state tournament. Justin Smith comes up. He's on with 1 out, and there's another high hit ball deep into left field. That's the 3rd one in a row that went deep. And Nick Owens will trot home easily. So 5-1 for St. John's here in the 4th inning as they're starting to break open this ball game.
Next batter for St. John's River is the second baseman, number 5, Michael Koenig.
Michael Koenig comes up. 2 outs, nobody on. That pitch taken for a strike on the outside corner. So Justin Smith now has 2 RBIs on the day. And there's a high shot to shallow right, called off was Thomas. Calling off was Thomas, and he makes the catch. That will end the inning. St. John scores 2, and they lead 5-1 after 3.5 innings. We'll be right back with the bottom half of the fourth, where TCC will try to get a couple of those runs back.
And we return to play here at the bottom of the fourth. We're leading off for the bottom of the fourth is number 1, Josh Nothdorf. And he hits a shot right away. That thing's got some distance, and that thing is out of here. What a great way to lead off the bottom of the fourth is number 1, Josh Nothdorf. Some power behind that. Leads listed at 5'11", 165. The third baseman with a nice shot, and that's exactly what Tallahassee Community College needed. That puts them within 3 now. And a great shot by Josh Nothdorf. You would think that'd get the dugout a little fired up. So now Tanner Thomas, the lefty, comes up the bat. Pitch comes in, and that is called a ball by umpire. Kobos, the lefty pitcher, going against the lefty hitter, and there's a swing and a miss. So now the count is 1-1 for Tanner Thomas. Thomas again, a good eye there by Thomas, realizing that ball is outside the box. So now the count will be 2-1 with 0 outs. Nothdorf, the hitter just prior to Tanner Thomas, just cranked one out to left field.
That's right, Marshall. I also see that Cole Vans is on deck, who also crushed one out earlier as well.
Van sure drove that one home earlier. And Tanner Thomas, good eye there again. The count, full count now, 3-2. That last pitch by Kobos was a ball. And a swing and a miss. Great pitch there by Kobos as Tanner Thomas will do the walk of shame back to the dugout. And now number 13, Cole Van, up to hit. Cole Van leads his team in home runs this year. He's already had one today, so he's looking to do that again. Nothdorf, the hitter, 2 hitters before him, had a great home run. And that pitch almost hits Van. However, it does not, but it'll be recorded as a ball. And Corey, a lot of these hits today have been favoring towards the left field, over towards that Corona Cabana.
Yeah, one hitter that comes to mind is Justin Smith. He's been money the 3 times being up there. I mean, he was just short, 2 home runs from the last 2 times being up. There's a nice hit right there.
That's right, and that's Cole Van, who gets a single out of that. It'll be recorded as a hit. A great job finding some open field, getting that ball to drop, getting a single out of it. A lot of lefties here today
At the bat now is number 18, Tucker Rayburn. It's a first baseman for this team. Rayburn, the lefty, gets one over. Second baseman gets it, a potential double play. And there you go. A great double play there for St. John's River State College. That's exactly what they needed to get out of that. And that is the end of the fourth inning. Don't go anywhere, and we will be right back for the start of the fifth. Up to hit now for the Vikings. That's Nick Kozlowski. That pitch will be called a ball. Kozlowski, similar size to his teammate Justin Smith, so he's got the power behind that for sure. Smith listed at 6'2", 235. Kozlowski at 6'1", 235. Kozlowski, the lefty hitter, going against the righty pitcher. That pitcher is Brooks Buckler. Sophomore against sophomore right now. The count is 2-1 for Kozlowski. Kozlowski sets his feet. 0 outs right now. Count is 2-1. Buckler throws out the pitch, and that'll be called a strike by the umpire. So count now is 2-2. This is number 8, Josh Broughton, is on deck. Trying to get Brooks Buckler's pitch down. As Buckler winds up, throws the pitch out. And now we got a full count here for Nick Kozlowski. Count is 3-2. Both two great teams going against each other. Full count here for Kozlowski. And he hits that ball, and he'll stay alive as that ball fouls back into the left. Goes on the roof here at Joker Merchant Stadium. That's where the Detroit Tigers do their spring training at. Beautiful facility out here. Kozlowski gets set again as we're still at a full count. The pitch is out and a swing and a miss, so Kozlowski strikes out. And a great job by Brooks Buckler to get another strikeout. That now brings number 8, Josh Broughton. And Broughton doesn't swing on that one. That would be called a strike by the umpire. That's Broughton hustling to first base. He gets there in time as the catcher for the Eagles can pick it up and swing that one over. However, that'll be called a foul ball. So Broughton will come back, and Houghton, the catcher, not picking that up for a reason. Foul ball. The count is 0-2. So Broughton's in a hole with one out. The pitch comes in. Broughton crushes that ball, and that one goes straight up. However, that's going straight to center field, so that's going to stay in, and that ball is caught. That'll be 2 outs now for St. John's River. And that gives number 17, Cole Perry, a chance to come to plate. Perry also from Jacksonville, Florida, an Atlantic Coast High School graduate, same place Kozlowski went. Both from the Jacksonville area. However, Kozlowski a year older. Both came here to play together. St. John's River State College. And Perry's got a 1-0 count right now. Perry makes some contact on the ball. That's picked up. And a nice play by the shortstop, Silva, to swing that over to Rayburn at first base. And that'll be 3 outs there for that team. So we'll go to the bottom of the 5th. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. The score is 5-2. St. John's River State College leads. And we return to play here at the bottom of the 5th. David Silva, the man who made the play from shortstop up to bat. Silva takes a swing. And that'll be a strike right there. Silva, a 6'1", 195-pound sophomore from Mater Academy Charter High School. That's down in Miami, Florida, so quite a bit of ways away, going to Tallahassee Community College. Silva with a 1-1 count right now, 0 outs. That pitch coming in, there's some contact. That ball being swung over. That ball is overthrown. Sloppy pass there by Owens. Thing goes well over Perry's head. That is very unfortunate.
Brings up the left fielder, number 3, Byron Mebe.
So now we've got a runner on second. Now we've got Myron Mebane out to hit. And we've got Aaron Houghton on deck. So Mebane getting a couple words from his coach, talking it over. Has a couple players on St. John's River talk it over. And that's Kobos eyeing down Mebane. Mebane, the lefty hitter, going against a lefty pitcher. That ball's coming in, and that is called a ball by the umpire. So now we got a 1-0 count with 0 outs. Man on second for TCC. TCC wants to stay in this game and not let St. John's River State College get away with this one. They need to start making some hits and bringing some men home. So Mebane up to bat with a 2-0 count here. Mebane prepares himself. Kobos gets that pitch in, and that's called a ball again. So now we got a 3-0 count. We'll see if Mebane swings on this one or if he wants coach to have him wait it out, try and get a free walk out of it. And Mebane now with a 3-1 count. He tries to bunt there. Draws some contact on that ball, and that'll be a strike. So now we got a full count here for Mebane. To start off with a 3-0 count. Past two pitches have been in the strike category. Mebane here looking to make something happen. Runner on second trying to bait the pitcher. And there's a ball. Mebane having a duck out of the way for that one. We've got a runner on first and a runner on second here for the Tallahassee Community College Eagles. If you're just now joining us, we've got Tallahassee Community College in the yellow, St. John's River State College in the powder blue. That's Houghton up there to bat. Houghton, the righty, setting himself, eyeing down Scott Kobos. Runners on first and second trying to bait Kobos. And there's a bunt right there. Houghton almost gets tagged immediately. However, he is out at first. And we've got a runners advance to second and third. Great job by Houghton. A very selfless play to get his teammates closer to scoring position. And that's their first out. That's number 14, Jack Hartman, up to bat for Tallahassee Community College. And that last pitch will be called a ball. Hartman didn't swing through all the way. As Hartman prepares to try and hit a ball, we've got number 7, Jordan Curtis on deck. Hartman doesn't take a swing at it, realize that one's outside the box, and it's a good eye there for for Hartman. So it'll now be a 2-0 count. As head coach Ross Jones for St. John's River State College sending a couple players over to the bullpen. Breaking action here as these guys talk it over, and Ross Jones goes out to meet his players on the mound. Coach McLeod talking it over with Jack Hartman, seeing what they're going to do, as Hartman has a 2-0 count. If you all haven't watched any of our games from earlier, they're on the FCSAA Sports YouTube page, where you can catch all the action. This is the 7th game of the tournament, 3rd of the day, and we've got one more after this. After a break of action, we return to play here as Jack Hartman has a 2-0 count still with 1 out and runners on 2nd and 3rd. He's talked it over with head coach Mike McLeod, seeing what he wants to do. Coach Ross Jones for St. John's River State College, talking to team on how they want to defend this. Cobos throws the pitch in, and that'll be called a strike. That's awfully close to being inside. However, the count now is 2-1 with 1 out. And that'll be called a ball right there. So the count now is 3-1. Runners on 2nd and 3rd. We get another ball here. Jack Hartman will go to first base, and there'll be bases loaded. There's a hit. And that is a foul ball. Goes straight back, also hits the roof. So now we've got a full count. We've got 3-2 with 1 out, and runners on 2nd and 3rd. A little bit more pressure now on Jack Hartman now that he's got 2 strikes. Kobo's trying to get another strikeout here. And there's a nice hit. That'll stay in play, and that'll go in the back left corner. Jack Hartman working his way around. And a great job by Hartman to get 2 men home. He got 2nd and 3rd home. So to get them 2 extra runs. The score is now 5-4, and an excellent job by Jack Hartman. Chris, what do you think about a hit like that? How can that turn around a game?
Well, that was a great hit by Hartman. Way to keep that in fair territory. That actually hit the chalk over there in deep left. That was an impressive bit of strength to be able to keep that fair. And that results in a 2-run, 2 RBI double. And now his team, TCC, is only down by 1. And now they are not down by 1. Now they are up by 1. And that is the first time that we have seen a home run go into the Margaritaville patio. We have, as a crew, discussed this many times. We have been waiting and waiting for this to happen, and it finally happened. What a hit. What a shot by Jordan Curtis. And TCC now has a 6-5 lead off that big hit by Jordan Curtis. TCC leads 6-5. Josh Knopfdorf up at bat. He'll foul that off. 0-1 to start off Knopfdorf. And the TCC dugout is pumped up right now. They know how big that home run truly was from Jordan Curtis. For the majority of this game, they have been down by quite a few runs. And now they find themselves up by 1. They haven't played better, but they're winning. 1-2 count to Knopfdorf, and he fouls it off on the first base side. Still 1-2. Another 1-2 pitch. And he lines that in the gap between third and short. That'll be another base hit for TCC. And they continue this rally here in the 5th inning. That'll be a single for Nothdorf. That'll put a man on first for Tanner Thomas. First pitch of the at-bat. Nope. Pickoff attempt over to first. Nothing doing. Nothdorf not taking that big of a lead. Gets in easily. And Tanner hits that a mile. And that baby is gone. 8-5. 2 home runs in this inning for TCC, and they jump out to an 8-5 lead. A 2-run shot by Jordan Curtis, and a 2-run shot by Tanner Thomas. And this is a whole different ball game. Coming into this inning, TCC was down 5-2. They've scored 6 runs so far just in this half inning. Now they lead 8-5. Big hit by Tanner Thomas. And it looks like St. John's will be making a pitching change. And you can't blame them one bit. That's the end of the night for Scott Kobos. He pitched well up until this inning, and he just fell apart. We'll be right back to announce the new pitcher. We're back here in the bottom half of the 5th inning. The new pitcher for St. John's is number 32, Trevin Eubanks. He comes in relief for Scott Kobos. Kobos pitched 4 1/3 innings. Gave up 8 hits, 8 runs, 8 earned. He was in line for the win up until this inning, but now he's in line for the loss. Big time turn of events. And as Corey Mack mentioned to me during the break, both teams have lost. That means this is an elimination game, as we said earlier. And how big of a rally is that for TCC to come in an elimination game? Corey?
Oh, my God, Chris. It's just been an unbelievable turn of events with this game, especially how it started off. Yeah, TCC just capitalizing on going yard multiple times to take the lead in this game, as you already mentioned. As a matter of fact, Cole Van, who's about to step up to the plate, knocked one out at the beginning of the game, and he's also had a nice hit as well. So another great hitter coming up, so we'll see what happens.
Thank you for that, Corey. You're absolutely right. The two-run shots that have happened so far in this bottom half of the fifth could mean the season for both of these teams, not only TCC. This could end the season for St. John's and carry on the season for Tallahassee. Cole Van takes that first pitch high and out for a ball. 1-0 to start him off. Second pitch in there for a strike. 1-1 evens up. And that wind over there is now gusting. The flagpole's starting to move, so maybe that contributed to the 2 home runs to right field, because that's where that wind's carrying. But either way, TCC has jumped out to an 8-5 lead. 3-1 on the count to Cole Van. And that pitch is in for a strike, full count, 3-2. And you mentioned Cole Van. He hit that big shot earlier in this game. And he's hit there. He'll go to first. He earns that base for sure. Took that right off the middle of the back.
Not the way you want to start off, Chris, bringing in your new pitcher, hitting somebody.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier in the, I believe it was the second game, the previous game, between Santa Fe and in the Santa Fe game. Yes, Santa Fe and Northwest. Northwest brought on a new pitcher, and the very first thing he did was hit a batter in the shoulder with a curveball. Tucker Rayburn, up at bat, 1-1 count. And Cole Van is going. Tucker Rayburn swung on the hit and run, and Cole Van is out. He doesn't like the call. He thought he was safe. Either way, that was a great throw by Reem Snyder. Excellent throw to throw over Tucker Rayburn. And that's the second out of the inning. One and two count. And Tucker Rayburn, did he go? No, he did not. 2-2 evens up the count. Two-two pitch. Takes that for a ball. 3-2, full count. Second straight full count. Last one resulted in Cole Van getting hit in the back. And swing and a miss. Strike three, that'll end the inning. St. John finally stops the bleeding, but the damage has already been done. TCC has jumped out to an 8-5 lead after coming into this inning down 5-2. I'm Chris Anton alongside Corey Mack and Marshall Watrous. We'll be right back in the top half of the 6th inning. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel, where we are bringing you the FCSAA JUCO State Men's Baseball Tournament. We'll be right back. We are back here in the top of the 6th inning. Leading off for St. John's, number 6, the third baseman, Pablo Cedeno. First pitch taken outside for a ball. Second pitch taken outside for a ball as well. 2-0 the count. Time called. Conference on the mound. And we're back ready to play. Pablo Cedeno back in. That pitch taken low, ball 3-0 to Cedeno. And ball 4, 4-pitch walk for Cedeno. That'll bring up Jimbo Reamsnyder.
The catcher, number 28, Jimbo Reamsnyder.
Looks to lay down a bunt. Pickoff play by the catcher at first. Nothing coming of that. Pitch called a strike as Reamsnyder pulled back on the bunt attempt. And another pickoff attempt over at first. Nothing doing. Cedeno back in easily. And swing and a miss. 0-2 the count now to Reamsnyder. And that pitch in the dirt, 1-2. Reem Snyder, the 6'2", 195 catcher from Jacksonville Beach, finds himself in a 1-2 count. And he cuts and misses, strike 3. He goes down swinging. That'll be out number 1 in the inning.
Brings up the shortstop, number 3, Nick Owens.
Nick Owens up to bat. He's got a man on first. 1 out. First pitch taken in the dirt for a ball, 1-0. Buckler doesn't like the ball, so we ask for a new one. One-zero pitch coming. High and tight, 2-0. That was a close pitch. And by close, I mean close to Nick Owens. And swung on a hit by Owens, and that will drift foul. 2-2 now. 2-1, I apologize. And it's driven in the gap between first and second. Owens will get on board. Cedeno will move over to second. And that's a base hit for Nick Owens. That'll bring up Kerry Carpenter, the left fielder, with 2 men on, 1 on first, 1 on second, and 1 away. Kerry Carpenter bats lefty, throws righty. Carpenter digs back in, ready for the pitch. Justin Smith is on deck. He's hit 3 bombs. 1 of them went out. 2 of them were caught. And a good attempt. Good attempt at a possibly cool play by Aaron Houghton. Ball hit the backstop wall, bounced back, and he just stuck his glove out, seeing if anything could happen. It didn't, but it was still fun. Owen won the count to Carpenter. His pitch coming. Fouled away. Third base side out of play. It'll be 0-2. And there's a hit in the gap between third and short. And Owens will be held at third. The bases will be loaded for Justin Smith. That's a scary thought if you're a fan of TCC. Justin Smith comes on. Bases loaded with 1 out. He's hit 3 deep balls to the left. The first of which was a home run. The second and third of which were caught on the warning track. So we know he has power. And he's been able to hit Buckler well. We'll see how he pitches to him. He can't intentionally walk him without walking in a run. So he'll have to pitch to him. First pitch taken low. 1-0. Buckler ready. That pitch taken on the inside corner. Called a strike, 1-1. And that pitch taken low, 2-1 to Justin Smith. And that pitch taken inside for a strike. 2-2 to Justin Smith. Buckler is 1 strike away to get the big hitter, Justin Smith, out. Two-two pitch on its way. And swung on, popped straight up, and coming back. The ball's out of play. Still 2-2 for Justin Smith. The crowd getting behind Justin Smith. They want to see something amazing. And this is the kid to get it from. And there's a high popper, really high popper. Infield fly rule enabled. And that's an automatic out as is. Bases will stay loaded. And Michael Koenig will come off to bat.
Next batter for the Vikings is second baseman number 5, Michael Koenig.
Michael Koenig, bases loaded, 2 outs. First pitch taken in the dirt, good block by Houghton. Possibly preventing a run. 1-0 the count to Koenig. And lined up the middle. That will score 1 run. Oh, and play at the plate, and he's safe. High throw. That was a high throw by Hartman, the second baseman. And that scored 2. That's an infield hit for Michael Koenig. And then a run scores on the error. So St. John's gets 2 back. And this is now a 8-7 ball game. TCC still leads by 1. That could go away pretty quick because Nick Kozlowski is a big, heavy hitter. Takes that first pitch for a strike on the outside corner. 0-1. Cedeno scored on the hit by Koenig, and Owen scored on the error by Hartman. Kerry Carpenter made it to third on the error. And Michael Koenig made it to second on the error. So second and third, 2 outs for Nick Kozlowski. He's got a chance to tie this game, even take the lead if he hits it in the right spot. Takes that pitch low. 1-1. And there's a pop-up out of play. Hits the top of the roof, falls into the parking lot. We've seen that quite a few times today and yesterday, and hopefully no cars have been hit yet. Hopefully no cars will be hit. And that pitch is high. 2-2. Now to Kozlowski. You can feel the pressure getting to Buckler. And that pitcher's low. Full count. 3-2. To Kozlowski. 3-2. 2 outs. 2 men on base. Kozlowski, his team down by 1. He's trying to tie it up, take the lead. I'm sure either of those two would work for him right now. And he takes that pitch low. That's ball 4. That'll load the bases once again. This time for Josh Broughton, center fielder. And it looks like TCC is going to make a pitching change. And yes, there's a call to the bullpen. We'll be right back to announce the new pitcher. we're back here in the top half of the 6th inning. The new pitcher for Tallahassee Community College is number 21, Alex Stobert, 6'3", 205 freshman out of Knock High School in Sarver, Pennsylvania. He comes on in relief for Brooks Buckler. Buckler pitched 5 2/3, allowing 7 runs on 11 hits. Stobert will be put into a high-pressure situation. Bases are loaded, 2 outs. Josh Broughton is up.
Next batter for the Vikings is the center fielder, number 8, Josh Broughton.
Josh Broughton in the first game of the series went 2 for 4. First pitch to Broughton. On the outside corner, strike 1 called. Counts 0-1 to Broughton. Stobert with the pitch. That one just a bit outside. 1-1. One pitch. And he went. It didn't look like he went to me, but I don't have the best view. Ross Jones isn't happy about that. He stepped out of the dugout to air his concerns. 1-2 pitch to Broughton. That ball's low. 2-2. Two pitch to Broughton from Stobert. And that ball's inside. 3-2, full count. With the bases loaded. The last thing you want to do right now is obviously give a grand slam. But you also don't want to walk in a run. You don't want to give them a free one. You want to make them earn it. And that's what Stobert is on the fringe of doing. And the third base coach for St. John's is arguing that Stobert balked. And Houghton goes out to talk to his pitcher. And on replay, I didn't see anything. And that pitch is low anyway. That's ball 4. Walked in the tying run. Broughton drew the walk. Now to bring up Cole Perry.
Brings up the first baseman, number 17, Cole Perry.
So the base is still loaded for first baseman Cole Perry. Cole Perry, first pitch. Swung on and hit deep right field. On to make the catch is Thomas, and that will end the inning. So after a 6-run fifth inning for Tallahassee Community College, they took a 3-run lead, 8-5. St. John's comes back and ties it up. We're all square here at 8. And we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel, where we are bringing you the FCSAA JUCO Baseball Tournament for the state of Florida. I'm Chris Valentine alongside Corey Mack and Marshall Watchers. We'll be right back in the bottom half of the 6th inning. We are back here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. David Silva will lead off for TCC. First pitch taken for a ball in the dirt, 1-0. That pitch inside, 2-0. And that pitch is high, 3-0. 3 straight balls to start off. The at-bat against David Silva for Trevor Eubanks. And that pitch is in there. Able to get that to 3-1. And that pitch is high and tight. Ball 4. David Silva draws the walk to start this inning. Now batting number 3, Myron Mebane, the left fielder. And Reem Snyder wants to go talk to his pitcher. Maybe go over a certain way to go after Mebane. Maybe a correction of the signs. One man on, nobody out for Mebane. And Ross Jones goes out to talk to his pitcher. Maybe probably buying some time for the man warming up in the bullpen. Doesn't look like he's ready to make a change just yet. But I would assume that it's coming in the next inning, at least. And there is going to be a pitching change. We'll be right back, and we will announce the new pitcher when we find out. We are back here in the bottom half of the 6th inning. Our new pitcher is number 22, Clay Helvey. Marshall, why don't you tell us a little bit about him?
Clay Helvey is a sophomore right-hander from Fort Mill, South Carolina. He's a 2015 graduate from Fort Mill High School. Helvey is listed at 6'2", 180, so a little bit of a pitching change here for St. John's River State College. Bottom of the 6th here. That pitch comes out. That'll be called a ball by the umpire. We've got a runner on first. And Myron Mebane looking to make something happen here.
First pitch caught a ball, like you said. Second pitch also a ball. 2-0 to Mebane. Helvey comes on to face the lefty. That pitch is low. 3-0. 3 straight balls to start off for Helvey. And that pitch is low as well. Ball 4. 4-pitch walk. 2 walks in a row to start off this bottom half of the 6th. Aaron Houghton comes up to bat. Catcher. And showing bunt was Houghton. Pulls back on that ball.
Now, Chris, we mentioned earlier a little bit about how next year they're going to be taking out the wild card game.
Yes.
I just want to go over that briefly. The 2 teams that won in the wild card round was Tallahassee over Daytona State and Eastern Florida State over St. Petersburg College, where any of those teams could have got in. As we have a quick bunt and out at first. I'll get the first out on the board as we got a runner at second and third. However, Chris, like I was saying, Daytona State College, they lost. Their overall record was a 21-21 record, 500 just around Tallahassee Community College. And surprisingly, St. Petersburg College, St. Pete lost to Eastern Florida State in the wild card, and they have a 34-21 record, a little bit better than some of the teams even in this. So, like you're saying, I do believe that during this year, the competition is just going to go through the roof.
Yeah, and when you take out the 4 wild card spots, 2 in the tournament, and you make it to where, I assume it would only be the top 2 in each conference would move on because the top 2 in each conference move on as is. And then you have the 4 at-larges. They play each other in the wild card round. So I would assume that it would be the top 2 from each conference. You really make those conference games worth so much more. Because right now, your conference record determines where you stand in the conference. And your overall record doesn't mean as much. It means a lot, but it doesn't mean as much as compared to that conference record.
Definitely.
So every conference game going forward will mean that much more. It'll be that much more intense. It should make out to be a great regular season.
Most definitely. Again, next year, this tournament will be played at Jack Merchant Stadium, same place we are today, which is Publix Field at Jack Merchant. It's in Lakeland, Florida.
2-2 to Houghton. Sorry, Hartman. Takes that pitch low. 3-2.
And a full count now for Hartman.
And that pitch is low and out. Another walk, 3 walks. Load the bases. That'll bring up Jordan Curtis. He hit that 2-run shot.
How about this game, fellas? It's really just been back and forth. One team takes a lead, one team catches up, and Tallahassee Community College putting up 6 runs in the bottom of the 5th. Really turned it around.
Yeah, and then they took a 3-run lead. And that ball went off of Curtis's foot, so that's a foul ball. TCC took a 3-run lead in the bottom half of the 5th, only to squander it in the top half of this inning, the 6th. And now we're all squared away at 8.
And now, potential 4-run play here as we've got bases loaded and Jordan Curtis, the lefty, up the bat.
Yeah, and he hit that home run to extend that lead in the 5th inning. And there's a drive to center. That'll fall. He's going to get some more RBIs. 2 runs will come home. 1st and 3rd it will be. And now this is a 10-8 ball game. Big hit again for Jordan Curtis. And I'm sorry, he didn't hit the home run to extend the lead. He hit the home run to make it a 1-run ball game. Tanner Thomas hit it to extend the lead, or to give them the lead.
Next batter for Tallahassee is the third baseman, number 1, Josh Knopfler.
Now Josh Knopdorf comes on with runners on 1st and 3rd. And Jordan Curtis now has 4 RBIs on the day.
Knopfdorf hoping to get another home run here.
He looks to lay down a bunt, pulls back, pitch is high. Counts 1-0. Clay Helvey trying to stop the damage here. And at this moment, the losing pitcher would be Trevin Eubanks. He's the one who walked the first batter in this inning. And that run is the winning run, the ninth run for St. John's. One count after that foul ball. And a pickoff attempt over at first. Nothing doing. Curtis back in easily. And another attempt over at first. Curtis back in. And that ball's low. The runners will stay where they are. That's 2-1 now, the count. And pick off the steal attempt. Jordan Curtis finds himself in a pickle. And a bad play. A bad play there. Really bad play by Nick Owens. He had an opportunity to get Jordan Curtis out at first while keeping the runner at third and check. And he didn't execute it. He held the ball, and Jordan Curtis was able to get back to first safely. And another pickup attempt. Over to first. They know he wants to steal now. They had an opportunity to get him, but they missed that. And there's a ball to short. Nick Owens able to make up for it with a double play. Keeps the lead for TCC at 2. 6-4-3 double play to end the inning. We will head to the top half of the 7th. TCC leads St. John's 10-8. You're watching the FCSAA State JUCO Baseball Tournament. We'll be right back. And we're back here in the top half of the 7th inning, leading off for St. John's. Number 6, Pablo Cedeno. Takes that first pitch for a strike. And he fouls that pitch off. 0-2. 0-2 the count to Cedeno. And he fouls that one back as well. Still 0-2. Way to keep himself alive. St. John's now down by 2. After that 2-run bottom half of the 6th for TCC. And that pitch is a ball high and tight. Gets past the catcher. And he hits that ball to deep left. It'll stay in play. And the catch is made by Mebane. That'll be the first out of the inning for St. John's. Jimbo Reamsnyder on to bat for St. John's. 1 out, nobody on. Reamsnyder has struck out twice. First pitch called a ball. 1-0. And that pitch is in as well. To another count. And that pitch catches the outside corner. Called a strike, 2-1. And that pitch in there as well, 2-2, evens up the count after being down 2-0. To Reamsnyder. Stobert, that is. And a foul tip, just able to get a piece of that, keep himself alive. That pitch is fouled off again. Still 2-2. It's a beautiful 73 degrees here in Lakeland, Florida, at the home of the Detroit Tigers spring facilities. And that pitch is a strike 3 called. Reamsnyder is gone looking. Nick Owens comes up to the plate. 2 outs, nobody on. Top half of the 7th inning. That first pitch is inside a ball. 1-0. And that ball is fouled down the third baseline. Almost takes the legs off the third base coach. This has been a fun game. St. John's led all the way up until the 5th inning. And they gave up 6 runs in the bottom of that inning. Went down 8-5, scored 3 in the top of the 6th, and tied it back up. And a strike called to Owens, 1-2. And then in the bottom half of the 6th, they gave up 2 more, and now they trail by 2. And foul ball, able to keep himself alive is Owens. And that's exactly where we stand right now. TCC leading 10-8 Top half of the 7th, 2 outs. 1-2 count to Owens. And there's a ground ball straight back to the pitcher, Stobert. And he's able to make an underhanded throw over to first and end this inning. 1, 2, 3. Go the Vikings. We'll be right back in a couple minutes to bring you the bottom half of the 7th. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel, where we are bringing you the FCSAA JUCO Men's Baseball Tournament. I'm Chris Valentine alongside Corey Mack and Marshall Watchers. We'll be right back. We're back here in the bottom half of the 7th. TCC leads 10-8 over St. John's. Tanner Thomas will lead it off for the Eagles. He hit a 2-run bomb over into the St. John's dugout. I'm sorry, the St. John's bullpen in his last at bat. Even in the count, 1-1. And there's a hard hit. That is called foul. That looks fair to me. That looked like it hit the other side of the foul line. See if we can't get a quick replay of that before the next pitch. There's the replay for you. Close play. Just a normal strike on the board, though. That pitch outside, just a bit outside. 2-2, counts even. And he takes that pitch just outside as well. Little high. Full count. And if you missed his bomb to the St. John's bullpen, you missed a good one. That was a very hard hit ball. I'd say that went about 370. It was a solid hit ball. Three and two the count to Thomas. Pitch coming. And that one is low. Ball 4. Thomas is trying to walk.
Brings up the designated hitter, number 13, Cole Van.
Cole Van comes up. He had a home run in the second inning. Thomas on first, no outs for Cole Van. Calls time. And a pickoff attempt over to Thomas. No good. Clay Helvey, still the pitcher for St. John's. He faces Cole Van. That pitch low and outside, ball 1.
For those of you waiting on the Eastern Florida State and Polk State game, which is supposed to be the 4th game of today, that was supposed to start at 7 p.m. A couple of these games have dragged on a little bit longer, so that game won't be started for quite some time as we're still in the 7th inning.
I'd say this game would end. This game should end around 7:30, 7:45-ish. So no later than 8:30. The next game should start. That pitch is low, 3-0.
Good
to Cole
eye.
Van.
Yeah, great eye by Cole Van.
And that pitch is a strike on the very inside corner of the plate. And I mean very, very inside corner. 3-1 to Cole Van. And another pickoff attempt. And a bad throw, and he's safe at first. Unable to make the grab on that toss.
Holy cow, Tanner Thomas. Wow.
His heart is racing right now.
He just got away with the one, and that's for sure. I didn't know if he was going to split back to second after he dropped the ball, but a smart move by just sprinting all the way back to first and sliding for that base.
That's actually the second time that Nick Owens has messed up on a pickle. One of them was when the runner was on first and third, and Jordan Curtis was on, and he basically just stopped. He was going to allow him to tag, and Nick Owens stopped and stared the runner down at third, and he wasn't even going. And that's a stolen base for Tanner Thomas. That's what happens when you make errors. They come back to haunt you. Now there's a runner in scoring position, no outs, and a big power hitter, Cole Van, up at the plate. But Jordan Curtis was on the base path. Nick Owens had the perfect opportunity to just go and tag him. And he decided to stare down the runner, and Jordan Curtis made it back to first safely.
Man, how about Tanner Thomas getting the pitcher a little bit distracted from...
And a big hit by Van.
A little bit distracted from pitching at Cole Van. Cole Van leads his team with 6 home runs and 49 RBIs. He's a great hitter. He has a .362 batting average, and Tanner Thomas doing a great job of just getting this pitcher a little bit rattled as he got a successful stolen base from first to second.
We witnessed the power that Cole Van can display early in this game. There's a hard hit past the third baseman, and Tanner Thomas will be held at third. So first and third, no outs. And due up is Tucker Rayburn. Tucker Rayburn will come up, no outs. Runners on first and third. Good opportunity to extend their lead for TCC. And Ross Jones calls for a conference on the mound. We'll see if he wants to make a change at pitcher. And he will. That'll be the end of the night for Clay Helvey. There will be a call to the bullpen. We'll be right back with the announcement of the new pitcher. We are back here in the bottom half of the seventh. The new pitcher for St. John's River State College is number 26, Jagger McCoy. Marshall, why don't you tell us a little bit about him?
That's him out there warming up on the plate. Number 26, McCoy. He's a freshman pitcher for this team. He's listed at 6'2", weighing in at 205. He's from Delray Beach. I believe he's a transfer from Boca Raton Community College. And graduated class of 2016. He's a lefty. He's going against Tucker Rayburn right now. He's got a runner on first and third with 0 outs. So Coach Ross Jones is hoping that Jagger McCoy, I mean, with a cool name like that, you got to come out and be able to do something.
Starts off Tucker Rayburn with a ball, 1-0. And that ball is stroked into center. And the run will come in to score. The throw in almost hits the umpire. And that'll extend TCC's lead to 3, 11-8.
Next batter is the shortstop, number 15, David Silva.
David Silva comes on to bat for TCC. He's got a man on first, 1 out, taking on Jagger McCoy. And a big cut. A 1 count to Silva. One now. The pickoff attempt is wide. One and two now. David Silva behind in the count.
That's Myron Mebane on deck. Watching how this new pitcher, McCoy, throwing the ball.
Two and two now.
And that's Myron Mebane on deck. Watching how Jagger McCoy pitches. Always got to get a new feel for how the new pitcher comes out and throws the ball.
And it's strike three swinging. David Silva will head to the dugout.
Nice job by the freshman McCoy.
Gets his first strikeout in this tournament. Myron Mebane comes on to face McCoy. Lefty on lefty matchup. And pickoff attempt. No good over there. Cole Van back in time. And another attempt. Van back in. Really easy. He may not look like it, but Van is a threat to steal. He's got wheels. There's a bunt over to the pitcher, Jagger McCoy, and he makes the play over at first. That'll end the inning. TCC gets one more, extends their lead 11-8.
And talk about a great move by Ross Jones, bringing in Jagger McCoy, immediately getting us 3 outs. And, he did a great job keeping his poise on the mound and, showing that leadership in the state tournament as a freshman. So, great job by Ross Jones deciding to put in that freshman.
We'll be right back for the top half of the 8th inning. You're watching the FCSAA Sports YouTube channel. I'm Chris Valentine alongside Marshall Watchers and Corey Mack. We'll be right back. We are back here in the top of the 8th inning. Leading off for St. John's, number 12, Kerry Carpenter, the left fielder. He will be facing Alex Stobert. Stobert's still in there. Starts off with a ball, 1-0. And that one in there for a ball as well.
Good eye by Carpenter.
2-0 the count. And that ball in for a ball as well. And that pitch is inside for a strike. And grounder over to first. And the play is made in time.
Great job by Alex Stobert, the pitcher, getting on over to first base. Hustled on over and beat the runner.
Justin Smith, the big power hitter, comes up. His team 5 outs from elimination. He's going to try to do everything in his power, and I mean power, to keep that from happening. That pitch is high. 1-0 the count.
No runners on base. Over Justin Smith's home run earlier, I believe, was a solo home run. Actually, I believe, correction, you got 2 people home.
2-run shot in the top half of the first.
St. John's River State College, they got off to a pretty hot start and just kind of been going slow other than the top of the 6th, but Tallahassee Community College, they really came alive at the end of the 5th.
And there's a big hit down the left field line for Justin Smith. His slugging percentage is through the roof today. All 5 of his hits, all 5 pitches that he's made contact with, have made their way into the outfield. Whether it be that home run, the double, the two hits that were caught on the warning track, or the shot to center field. Every single time that this kid has hit the ball, it's gone to the outfield. He's on second, 1 out. Brings up Michael Koenig.
Koenig from Eustis, Florida, same place as Kerry Carpenter.
Takes that pitch for a strike. 0-1.
Koenig gets set up. So does Stobert. Pitch comes in, a swing and a miss. Smith is still on second. Chris, have you seen anyone in this tournament with as much power as Justin Smith for St. John's River State College?
Not anybody that comes directly to mind. Yeah, I think Justin Smith has been the best, and as Michael Koenig brings home Justin Smith on that one-out RBI single, cuts the lead, the deficit back to 2.
Both these teams are fun teams to watch, so it's going to be tough when one of them has to go home. Neither of these teams won their first game, so as we mentioned a few times before, the loser of this game is sent back to where they're from. Tallahassee or St. Augustine.
And like you said, it'll be tough to see one of these teams go because these teams have really battled all day long. They've gone back and forth quite a few times today. I just love the fight that both of these teams have. 0-1 the count to Nick Kozlowski, the DH for St. John's. That pitch is taken outside for a ball. And that pitch gets away from Houghton. Koenig will go to second on the wild pitch. That'll put a runner in scoring position for Kozlowski. And time called. Houghton wants to go talk to his pitcher. Got a conference on the mound. Ross Jones talking over with his team. Mike McLeod talking it over on the mound. And as we get set to resume play, Kozlowski ahead in the count 2-1. Koenig on second, 1 out. St. John's only has 5 outs before they're sent home. They need to get something going. There it is. There's a bid for an extra base hit. Kozlowski will go to second. Michael Koenig will score. They swap places. And suddenly this is a 1-run ball game. With 1 out, man on second.
We've got a ball game here. That last pitch by Stobart was clocked in at 87. That was a beautiful hit by Kozlowski to get it over that back corner so you can get a double out of it, get a man home. And you know what? They've only got 1 out here, so they're looking to get a few more runs here.
And like I said in the beginning of this game, I expect a lot of fight. Neither one of these teams wants to go home. There's going to be a call to the bullpen for TCC. We'll be right back with the announcement of the pitcher. We're back here in the bottom half of the 8th inning. A new pitcher for TCC is number 28, Jake Hunkier. Marshall, tell us a little bit about him.
So Hunkier, he's a hometown kid from Tallahassee, Florida. He's listed at 6'1", 185. He's a freshman for this team, as he comes in and gives Alex Stobert a replacement. It's Josh Broughton right now up at bat. Got a runner on second with only one out.
Pressure's on Hunkier to not let this tying run score. He has to get 2 outs. Start off with a strike to Broughton. It's a good start. That ball's outside. 1-1. And that pitch is inside. 2-1. Two and 1 count to Broughton from Hunkier. And that ball's inside as well. 3-1. And if I think about it, having Broughton on first wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. It does put on the go-ahead run, but you also get that possibility at a double play ball. And he's on. He gets walked. Men on first and second, 1 away. You got Cole Perry coming to bat. Cole Perry wants to do what every young baseball player dreams of. Put his team up in an elimination game. It's win or go home for both of these teams, and neither one of them want to go home. First pitch is taken low for a ball. 1-0.
With a home run right here, he'll put his team ahead.
With the speed of Broughton, an extra base hit would probably put them ahead. A single could tie.
This Vikings team have a lot of trust right now in Cole Perry. They're all cheering him on right now from the dugout.
That ball's inside. 2-1. It's a hitter's count. And that hit him. That hit Perry. That'll load the bases. This is not what Mike McLeod wanted when he brought in Hunkier. A walk and a hit batter. The bases are now loaded.
You can tell right now that St. John's River State College has all the energy in this game. I think Tallahassee Community College is just trying to get out of this inning. As you can tell that they aren't as in it right now as St. John's River State College. Even though TCC is ahead by 1, you never know. Bases are loaded right now with Pablo Sedano up to hit.
And like you said, TCC has almost no momentum. words of encouragement from David Silva to Hunkier. Want to know the count to Pablo Cedeno. That pitch called a ball. 2-0.
I think a lot of people in here thought that ball hit him in the leg.
The St. John's dugout's getting pretty rowdy. 3-0 the count. Hunkier losing all control. And they'll go to the bullpen. They'll go to the bullpen mid-count. You don't see that. You don't see that a lot. I think Mike McLeod recognizes that his pitcher doesn't have his stuff today. He doesn't have the command that he needs. He's about to walk in a run. The tying run at that. We'll be right back with the announcement of a new pitcher for TCC.
We've got a new pitcher in here for the Eagles of Tallahassee Community College. It's number 29, Nico Leontarakis. Got a freshman out there. So they come in here, they sub them in mid-count. We got a 3-0 count right now. Bases loaded.
Big pressure situation.
10-11 ball game right now. If he gets another ball, then that's a walk, and they get a runner home. So Corey, tell me a little about what you think this freshman pitcher is going through at such a big stage.
Well, it reminds me of the scene in the movie Major League when Wild Thing Vaughn is brought into the game and basically, has to throw perfect strikes because this kid has already 3 balls working for him and he has to throw a strike. And if he doesn't, obviously, a run's going to score, so it won't be a good thing now, is it?
Well, it depends on what side you're on.
I mean, tremendous amount of pressure out here for the kid. He's a freshman, first ever state tournament, and it's a huge deal. You can't knock the kid if he comes in here and he throws 1 ball when the pitcher before him threw 3.
No, and I agree with that completely. But again, let's see, maybe this will pump him up. And again, it was an inside pitch. I thought it was a good call. He just fell short with it. But again, big time pressure situation. Not that he had much to work with there, right? So.
And the tying run comes in. Jimbo Ream-Snyder. He struck out 3 times today. He's scheduled to be on deck. And they'll put in a pinch hitter. That'll be Jimmy Goldsmith. We saw him in their first game. Jimmy Goldsmith will pinch hit for Jimbo Reemsnyder.
Pinch hitting is number 25, Jimmy Goldsmith.
We'll see what Goldsmith can do. The freshman out of Vienna, Virginia, graduate of Madison High School. You know, Vienna, they got really good sausages. That's all I know about Vienna. That pitch is taken for a strike. 0-1. Goldsmith struck out while pinch hitting last night. He's down 0-2 right now. Sorry, 5'11", 220 for Goldsmith. That ball is low. 1-2. Big time pressure situation for Leon Tarakis. Bases loaded. He can't give up anything. And that hit him. That hit Goldsmith. And that brings in the go-ahead run for St. John's, and that'll keep the bases loaded. And we are seeing a collapse of TCC after they worked so hard to come back. Nick Owens comes on. He'll attempt to keep this rally going. And a pinch runner will come on for Jimmy Goldsmith. He took one for the team.
You know, Chris, I will say, you know, what a emotional game, I'm sure, for both teams, mentally, physically, you know, because of the fact that it's just been an up and down game on both sides. And like you said, you know, at this point, it's sad enough to say, but it kind of looks like TCC is starting to kind of fold, you know. But
yeah,
it's, again, you know, it's been an exciting game, but just I'm sure it's really tough mentally and physically, you know, on both sides, just in general.
Andrew Williamson comes on to pinch run for Jimmy Goldsmith. He will take over the catching duties for Reemsnyder. That pitch called a strike on the inside corner. 1-1 to Owens.
And Nick Owens, the current batter at home base, is committed next year to go play at Virginia Tech. He already signed his national letter of intent to go play there.
And that pitch is high, 2-1. We wish him the best of luck at Virginia Tech. Big time D1 school. Two and 1 to Owens. And swing and a miss. 2-2 evens the count. The TCC bullpen is active again. They're not satisfied with their pitching right now. You can't really blame them. They've walked or hit the last 4 batters, and there's a wild pitch to go on top of that. And safe at the plate. His hand got under the tag. That was Cole Perry who made it in on that wild pitch. Nick Owens still at the plate. Runners on second and third. 4 consecutive batters have reached base without getting a hit. 3 walks, 1 hit by a pitch. And that, again, another wild pitch. And that will be ball 4. Crazy sequence of events for TCC. They're up by 3 coming into this inning. Now they are down by 2 after giving up 5. And there's still only 1 out. This is another pitching change. This is the 3rd pitching change of the inning for TCC. And if it gives you any idea on how big of an inning this has been for St. John's, Kerry Carpenter led off the inning, and he's back at the plate for his second at bat this inning. And they still only have 1 out. So bases will be loaded. Kerry Carpenter will come to the plate. The new pitcher for TCC is number 8, Malik Barrington. We saw him last night. So, guys, how big of an inning has this been?
It's really completely turned the game all the way around. You know, St. John's River State College, they were down, and you know they're up by 2 right now. At the top of the 8th, they've gotten 5 runs just in this inning alone, and it's just that can turn a game all the way around. And you know, Mike McLeod, he's going through his whole arsenal out there. You know, he's gone through tons of pitchers. He's getting one he used last night.
This is the 5th pitcher of the game.
I mean, that speaks for itself. It's tough. You just in any situation too. It's tough as a head coach to make it to know what you think is the right decision. So,
and if they somehow happen to win this game, what is this going to do to their bullpen going forward? Because they've put in 4 relievers. 4 relievers. They're gonna, if they have to continue changing out pitchers, they might have to go to a starter. Then who knows where it'll go.
Well, you know, another thing to consider too, gentlemen, is the kind of game that this has been, as it's been a roller coaster of a game, kind of, if you really think of it that way. You know, TCC still has 2 more opportunities to at least get 2 runs on the board to tie this game as what it is right now. And that seemed to be happening back and forth already majority of this game. So this game is far from being over the way I see it from my perspective.
And Chris, to answer your question in terms of pitching tomorrow, if TCC were to win tonight, then they play Northwest Florida State. First game tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. So be a very busy schedule and not much time to rest for these pitchers.
No, not at all. That ball's fouled back by Kerry Carpenter. It's a strike 1. Righty on lefty matchup. Curveball didn't break enough. Outside, ball 1. And to put this in perspective, as you're talking about a lot of runs being scored, so TCC is nowhere near out of this game. There have been, this is the 15th frame in the 15th half inning of the game so far. There have only been 5 zeros.
Gentlemen, let me ask you this.
So that means in 10 of the innings, in 10 of the half innings, there's been a run scored. At least 1.
I apologize for interrupting you, Chris.
Oh, you're good,
But,
Corey.
fellas, out of all the games that we've seen so far starting this tournament, who is at least one player that's been a standout player to you that, kind of caught your eye as far as going places moving forward?
There have been a couple. To me, I like to look at the pitchers, and I think the one that we saw earlier for Santa Fe, Robert Gurgis, he dominated that game. He gave up 2 runs, but his performance was still excellent. And then Jarrett Montgomery of Northwest Florida State College, he threw 8 innings, a complete game, gave up 11 hits, and only 2 runs.
Chris, who was the pitcher, though, who had 9 strikeouts yesterday? I can't remember off the top of my head.
9 strikeouts. That was today. That was Gurgis.
But there was another one yesterday, too, who had like 9 strikeouts before he got taken out of the game.
I believe that was Brandon Little.
Yes, it was. Little. That's what it was. I couldn't, yeah.
And Little, very talented. Also, Chris, we were talking earlier, on this Vikings team, Pearson McMahon.
Yes, Pearson McMahon
He
was
had a
excellent.
great game yesterday, and then, something went on. He got taken out, pretty fatigued, and, he was all Mid-Florida Conference second-team player last year, and he's actually going to Mississippi State next year.
And that's a high fly ball. Deep right field. That would be gone. That would be a grand slam, but that drifted foul. That ball has hit about 350 feet down the right field line, and that barely drifted foul. That could have been the dagger to this game.
So as we spoke about pitching, as far as bats go, I got to tell you, Justin Smith is probably my top prospect with the bat, and Cole Vans is another one that I really like too, as 2 hitters, 2 great hitters so
Yeah,
far
but
I've seen.
One of them is going to be gone today.
Very true. This kid's a stud.
And Corey, as you mentioned, Justin Smith, he walks up to home plate.
He's gonna get a big hit. Watch.
Yeah, it's prime time right now. Bases loaded. There's 2 outs. You got your big slugger here who had 14 home runs in the regular season. He's already had one today, and then, he's been doing a great job of hitting the ball today.
Yeah, Justin Smith's a stud, man. And let me tell you, one thing I really like about him, too, obviously he's a great hitter, but he's so patient up at the plate. He loves this. This is his spotlight right here. This is his stage. He loves being in this spot where he has bases loaded.
Well, after Kelly Carpenter struck out looking, Justin Smith has a prime opportunity to put this game out of reach. Bases loaded, 2 outs. And you got big power hitter Justin Smith. And now it's 0-2 to Justin Smith.
Can go one of 2 ways right here, boys.
Barrington trying to get out of this inning. He's got to go through Smith. 0-2, 2 outs, bases loaded. Justin Smith at the plate. And swung on and missed. And that's the inning. Barrington gets out of that jam, allowing only the 1 run. But the damage has been done. TCC's lead has disappeared, and now St. John's River State College lead by 2 going into the bottom half of the 8th inning. We'll be right back for the bottom half of the 8th. I'm Chris Valentine alongside Corey Mack and Marshall Watrous. We'll see you in a couple of minutes. We're back here in the bottom of the 8th inning. St. John's River State College took a 2-run lead in the 8th, scoring 5. And now TCC is back up. They're going to try to take back their lead. Aaron Houghton, the catcher, up at bat first. First pitch taken for a strike, 0-1. It's been a crazy past 4 innings. A lot of back and forth. Houghton swings through that pitch, 0-2. And strike 3. Ball's in the dirt, so there's going to be a throw. Williamson makes it look pretty easy, and that's out number 1. Williamson, who pinch ran for Jimmy Goldsmith, who pinch hit for Jimbo Reamsnyder. Williamson will come in to catch. At bat now, Jack Hartman, the second baseman. And that pitch is in the dirt. 1-0 to start him off. And swing and a miss. Good pitch by McCoy, who's back in this half inning. He took over for Clay Helvey. And grounder to third. On to make the play is Cedeno, and he makes a good throw across the infield. That'll be out number 2. That'll bring up Jordan Curtis.
Next batter for Tallahassee is the center fielder, number 10.
Center fielder. He'll come on to face the lefty, Jagger McCoy. Lefty on lefty matchup. First pitch high. 1-0. He squares up to bunt. That pitch was in, and he made contact with it. That's a foul ball. The umpire went out to talk to Jagger McCoy for a second. As we get ready to get back into the action. TCC trails by 2. Looking to get something going here in this bottom half of the 8th. There's a grounder over to second. Jordan Curtis on his wheels, but he's thrown out by Michael Koenig. That is a 1-2-3 inning. It's the first time we've seen one of those in quite a while. That'll bring us to the top of the 9th. St. John's River State College still leads 13-11. TCC only has 3 more outs. They need to get something going when they get up in the bottom half. But in the meantime, St. John's will try to extend their lead here in the top half of the 9th. We'll be right back in a couple minutes. We are here in the top half of the 9th. Leading off for St. John's, second baseman Michael Koenig. That pitch taken outside. 1-0 to start off Koenig. Koenig got a hit and came around to score in the last inning. That big inning for St. John's River. That pitch in the dirt. 2-0. And that pitch is in there for a strike. 2-1 the count to Koenig. Barrington back in. He did a good job getting out of the bases loaded situation in the last inning. And that's a ball. 3-1 the count to Koenig.
When you're in a tough spot like this with double elimination, you know, you got to go to desperate measures. For example, you know, coach bringing out some pitchers from yesterday. You don't want to go home because if they don't get this win here, they're going back to Tallahassee. So,
and Koenig draws the walk.
Again, as we mentioned before, Malik Barrington, he came in and pitched a little bit last night for this Eagles team.
Kozlowski comes on. One man on, nobody out. Runner on first. Kozlowski towards the bunt. Pulls back. Pitch called a ball. 1-0. Scores around again. That pitch outside. 2-0.
You can tell Barrington's a little frustrated with himself just by his body language out on the mound.
He's not hitting his targets. He knows where he wants to throw it, and he's unable to get it there. Another square around, pulls back, strike called. 2-1 to Kozlowski.
Barrington, a part of this freshman pitcher heavy class that Tallahassee Community College has. A lot of guys getting some good experience and some good exposure here at the state tournament.
And ball 3 called outside. 3-1 count to Kozlowski.
Barrington out there dropping his shoulders in his hands out on the mound. Not a good sign. You can just tell he's not really putting up with it right now.
3-1 pitch to Kozlowski. Runner goes, strike, swing and a miss, and he is out at second. No argument from Koenig. And now the count is 3-2 with it 1 out. Nobody on. So full count. 1 out for Kozlowski. Nobody on anymore.
And a great job by the catcher to get that over to second base right away.
And strike 3 called. Kozlowski goes down looking.
That's 2 outs now.
And that'll bring up Josh Broughton.
Brings up the center fielder, number 8, Josh Broughton.
The center fielder. He's walked twice today. Other than that, 0 for 3. Takes the first pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Righty on righty matchup with Barrington. Takes that pitch for a strike as well. 0-2 to start him off.
Nice pitch there by Malik Barrington. Following this game, we'll have Eastern Florida State take on Polk State. That'll be the 4th and final game of the day.
That game should be set to start off at about 8:45, maybe 9 o'clock. And that pitch is outside. 1-2.
We apologize for some of our inaccurate predictions on when these games will be starting.
Hey, I said 8:30, 8:45. That wasn't too inaccurate.
Hey, I'm just saying a couple of these. I mean, no, it's not you. I'm just saying a couple of these games drag on longer than, what they usually do. So you always got to take that into consideration. However, we're at the top of the 9th, so
And a swing and a miss.
make that the bottom of the 9th. It's a great job by Barrington pitching, giving his team a little bit of hope. So we'll be right back here at the bottom of the 9th, where St. John's River State College can see if they can hold on to this lead.
TCC trails by 2 going into the bottom half of the 9th. They're going to need a little bit of magic to keep their season alive. St. John's going to do everything in their power to make sure that doesn't happen. Should be an exciting bottom half of the 9th. We'll see what happens. We are back here in the bottom of the 9th. TCC trails by 2. Up to bat, number 1, Josh Knopfdorf, the third baseman. He'll look to get off a 9th inning rally started. He squares up the bunt, pulls back. 2-0 the count.
Don't count out Knopfdorf. Experienced player here. He's a sophomore from Tallahassee, and he hit a home run here earlier in this game.
And he looks to square up again. Takes that pitch for a strike. 2-1.
Knopfdorf taking a second to rearrange some equipment on his foot. And he's right back up at the plate. Try and get some points here for this Tallahassee Community College Eagle team.
And there's a grounder over to second. Koenig will make the play. That's one away. One away for TCC. They need 2 runs. They have 2 outs to do it in. Tanner Thomas, he hit that bomb earlier. Let's see if he can get something going here for his team. First pitch fouled back. Third base side. 0-1 the count to Thomas. That pitch taken up. 1-1 even. And that pitch taken for a strike. Inside corner, 1-2. Thomas will have to swing at anything close, protect himself at the plate. Down to the count, 1-2. This is back to McCoy. Looking to get that save. Two and two, that pitch was outside in the dirt. And strike three. No! Foul ball in and out of Williamson's glove. Big break for Thomas, able to stay alive. And another foul tip. Thomas showing great persistence at the plate. He doesn't want to go home. His team doesn't want to go home. But neither does St. John's. And strike three called on the outside corner. 1 out away. Ladies and gentlemen.
And Jagger McCoy coming in, going to work.
He's fired up right now.
That's right, as he should be, and a great job on that last strikeout.
Cole Van coming up. He hit a home run earlier.
This is a key matchup right here. Cole Van, great player for this team. Jagger McCoy, though, he's been on fire lately, so we'll see.
I think this matchup favors Cole Van a little bit. Lefty-righty matchup.
Great pitch there by McCoy. Counts 0-1.
And there's a grounder over. And bad throw by Owens. Cedeno passes the diving Cedeno. And Van is safe at first, showing the wheels. Big lefty Tucker Rayburn coming in. First baseman. He's got a runner on first. 2 outs. Big pressure situation. See what he can do. First pitch outside, ball 1. And foul ball right in front of him. 1-1 the count to Rayburn.
All St. John's River State College needs right now, just one more out and this ball game is over.
Rayburn asked for time, is granted. One and one, 2 outs, bottom of the 9th. Good breaking ball by McCoy. Able to get that on the inside corner. Excellent curveball. And we are one strike away. Tucker Rayburn, Jagger McCoy. One pitch could do it. And there's a pop-up. Will it stay in play? Williamson. Nope, out of play. Into the stands. Williamson wanted that to stay in so bad. But it's still 1-2.
Great hustle by the catcher going after it. He was in position if that thing was going to stay in. However, it just went right above the net. McCoy just needs one strike right here to end this ball game.
He's been pitching well. They put him in at the end of last inning. And did he go? No, he did not. 2-2 on that check swing ball. Two and two, 2 outs. Tucker Rayburn, Jagger McCoy. And foul ball. Rayburn stays alive. This has been a wild game. It's gone back and forth, back and forth. So much over the past few innings. Both teams have shown so much heart, so much passion for the game. Did he go that time? Call is no. 3-2. As the lights start to come on. Full count. Bottom of the ninth. 2 outs. Man on first with Tucker Rayburn. And called strike 3. The game is over. St. John's River State College moves on. Tallahassee Community College is eliminated. Ladies and gentlemen, what a game that we have just witnessed. St. John's River State College wins 13-11 over Tallahassee Community College. Congratulations to both teams for making it this far, into St. John's for moving on to tomorrow. I'm Chris Valentine alongside Corey Mack and Marshall Watrous. You've been watching the FCSAA State JUCO Baseball Tournament. Stay tuned. We have another game starting at 8:41, the start time. It will be between Eastern Florida State College and Polk State. Make sure you stay tuned. We'll have the coverage right here. Thank you for tuning in.